Good morning and welcome to FEI.tv. I'm Rosie Russell and it's cross country day here in Montelibretti for the FEI European Eventing Championships for juniors and young riders. We'll be starting things off today with our junior section of competition. 75 starters will be coming forward from 19 different nations. We've had two fantastic days of dressage over our past couple of days. And it's actually Germany who are out in front in both the team and individual competition. They're out in front in the team competition, 77.3 their team total. It's Great Britain who are sat in second, 81.40, and France in third, 82.30. That's your top three teams as it stands after 2 days of dressage. And as for the individuals, like I say, Germany out in front as well on the individual section. Smilla, Marlene, Philip and Sir Boggles, 23.5. A beautiful dressage test from Smilla. A really smart score there. Second as it stands for the home nation, Leopoldo Petrini and Emerald Johnny, 24.8. Very closely behind for France in third. Jean Brunel, Dexter Z, 24.9. But we now turn our attention to cross country day because it's our first rider out on course. Liliane Watson and Duvinette Blanche coming forward. Dressage score of 34 and clear of the first two fences on course. Optimum time for this two-star track, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And taking that turn round to the Tricana, having a very minor glance into the ditch there, but Liliane working hard, making sure they're clear. Track designed by Peter Hassenmüller with 31 jumping efforts, 4,195 metres of cross country for these juniors to negotiate. And our trailblazer Liliane Watson making her way through the woodland to the woodland table at 4. A flying leap there before they come round to approach the first combination on course at fence 5. These two woodland tables on a slight curve. Met the 4 strides beautifully there. Liliane, the first rider as part of the team for France. Like I say, France currently sat in third place as a team overnight in that bronze medal position. Very swiftly through the first of the water combinations for Liliane Watson and Duvinette Blanche, making swift progress round this course. And now at the tricky coffin combination. Just a very minor chipping stride over that last fence, but beautifully ridden. As up to one of the let-up fences on the course, Heidi's House at fence 8. After these juniors have just tackled a couple of combinations, Peter Hassenmüller just introducing a bit of a let-up fence to give horses and riders a small breather before they have a gallop on down to the Volvo corner combination at fence 9. Getting the 5 strides over the corner combination, no trouble at all. Can be ridden on a 4 or 5 stride. I think depends just how you meet that first fence and the striding of your horse. Now to fence 10, the roller coaster. The one fence on course that does have a black flag alternative, but no need for that there for Liliane Watson and Duvinette Blanche. Absolutely flying up those mounds. Now black flag alternative, if you've not heard of one of them before, is just a alternative jump that riders can choose if they wish to not take the straight route. No jumping penalties occurred. Time is just ticking and that route can be a little bit longer. But now it looks like we have another rider joining us on course. It's the turn of Michał Odzioba and Elzowski. 35.1 their dressage score. They came forward on our first day of dressage. Currently sit in joint 50th overnight. A huge jump over the woodland table at 4. Now approaching the first combination on course. This combination took the win at the 2-star in Stragon back in March. This 10-year-old Elsovsky. As we are back with our first rider of the day on course, Liliane Watson, Duvenet Blanche. Setting up now for, she was approaching the Villa turn as we're back at the coffin now with Michał Odzioba. Doing a fab job of making it happen through that coffin combination. As onward bound now up to our let-up fence at fence 8, Heidi's house. Optimum time, like I say, for this 2-star track, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And these first riders out for these teams have a huge role in bringing back feedback to fellow team riders. Massive jump over the first, nicely met to the corner at 9, the Volvo corner combination there. Michał Odzioba and Elsovsky up to the roller coaster, but just unfortunately running out of engine at the top of the hill there. These mounds take an awful lot of riding. They may seem quite a simple hiccup in the way, but riders need to make sure they've still got the engine coming through as they come up the hill and then into the water. And unfortunately not to be there at the second element. So now we can see Michał Odzioba opting for this black flag alternative, like I mentioned before. So no extra jumper penalties occurred there. But time is ticking, and as you can see, that route just takes a little bit longer. As we're back with our trailblazer, Liliane Watson. She's made light work of the course so far, heading round now to the final welcome home fence. I'm sure she'd be absolutely delighted to see those finish flags. Fantastic job, and what a feeling to cross the finish line. The French connections looking absolutely delighted there. And she'll be able to take back so much information to the team, and it will help fellow teammates make their decisions out on course. This role as trailblazer is a very, very important role. As we have our next starter there, just waiting to be let out onto the course. Being counted down by the incredible starter team here in Montelibretti. Great to see so many people turning up to watch these young riders and juniors throughout the day on their cross country. These really are our next superstars, so take note of the names, because I'm sure we will see them at the top of the sport very, very soon. It's been an incredibly hot competition so far. As here is our latest starter underway. Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G. First rider out on course for Great Britain. And she's swiftly through the Volvo corner combination. Up at fence 9. And now for this roller coaster. Lovely jump over that first element. Having a little bit of a look down into that water. Positive riding there from Jasmine means no trouble at all. Big pat down the neck for Indian Girl G. This is Jasmine's second year riding at the junior level with Indian Girl G. As we now turn our attentions to the first Italian rider we see out on course. Sarah Giulia Gorschlag and Tintoretto del Quadrifoglio. As we're back with Jasmine. No trouble over the white rails at 11. Up now to the next water combination. Peters Pond at 12. Over that log down into the water. And they really are making this track look very easy indeed. Combination who were part of last year's European Championship Team Gold. Winning team there in Great Britain on home soil. So a fantastic achievement. I already have one Team Gold medal under their belt. But unfortunately, problems on course there. Michał Dzioba and Elzowski. This time at the wood cabins. And unfortunately 3 refusals on course does mean an elimination, so unfortunately not to be this year for the first of the Polish team. That's big pats down the neck there from Sarah Giulia Gorschlag and Tintoretto del Quadrifoglio. Successfully negotiating that coffin combination at 7A, B and C. Kicking on now as they approach the Volvo corner combination at fence 9. Really not wanting to waste any time. 8 minutes 5 seconds, like I say, that optimum time that these riders are trying to make. Very nicely through the combination. As I believe we have a new starter joining us out on course, and it's the turn of Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. As we're back with Sarah Giulia Gorschlag, this 10-year-old gelding. Clever footwork in front of the roller coaster there. Well, having a little bit of encouragement needed after fence 2 from Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. Looking like there might be a bit of a thought of staying home, but that's well behind them as they have a flying jump over the trachena at fence 3. So our first rider home, Liliane Watson and Duvenet Blanche, complete the course. No jumping penalties. 7 minutes 49 seconds, well inside that optimum time. So nothing to add to their dressage score of 34. So optimum time 8 minutes 5 seconds. She was made that time very, very easily. And somebody looks like they're not hanging about here. Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. Up to the first of the combinations on course. Very easily through that first combination. Coming forward with the dressage score of 29.8. And to the duck house at the water. splashing through. These riders, I think in total, face 3 waters on course. And to this coffin combination over the lock. And then they have a ditch at the bottom of the hill there and quickly have to turn to the left out over the brush. Matti Garlis not wasting a second through that combination. Really is a man on a mission. Up they head now to the Volvo corner combination. Been jumping very well so far today on the 4 or the 5 strides. Matti Garlis experience at the junior level. Placed top 10 at both the 2021 and 2022 European Championships. Can they creep up further into the top 10 this year? We'll have to wait and see. They've been a combination since 2021. Know each other very well now. Very boldly over that first element. And now over the second. Those little speed bumps with the brushes on top at the roller coaster there. Really just testing these riders to see if they can keep the momentum up the hill. Keep the hind leg coming through with these horses. As we are back with Sarah Giulio Goshlag and Tintoretto del Quattrofiglio. Negotiating that undulating terrain down the hill. Big pats as they're clear out over the wood cabin. So to the brush oxer, another fence that's slightly up on the mound. Home is very much in sight. 3 jumping efforts, 2 numbered fences left at this point as they make their way round to the angled brushes. Riders just starting to get that taste for home at this point. But you're not home until you cross those finish flags, as we're back now with Germany's Matti Garlis. Having a fantastic jump there over the quad bar at 13. Quick check of the watch. He will be a time we'll be very interested in because he seems to have had a very good pace throughout this whole course. Has kept up the speed, but now just setting up for this Villa turn combination. As Matti's just over about halfway on the course, we're now joined by a new starter. Alvasalo Alonso, Kiss My Jambo M. No trouble over the duck house at the water there at 6. Now approaching this coughing at fence 7. So we have a time in for the first British rider to complete. Jasmine Underwood, Indian Girl G. Another one to be well inside that optimum time. No jumping penalties, no time penalties. Completed the course 7 minutes 42 seconds. Finishing on that dressage score 30.8. So kicking on now, Alva Sala Alonso. Kiss My Jambo M. First combination coming forward for the Spanish team. As we're back with Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. Very economical line down that hill over the horse shelters at 18 A and B. At this point, if riders are looking to be inside that time, they have just over a minute left on the course. Really jumping out of their stride over that brush oxer at 19. 2 numbered fences left, 3 jumping efforts. Making their way round to these angled brushes now at 20 A and B. found their line, stuck to it very straight indeed. Just the final welcome home fence left. We'll be keeping an eye on Matty's time because he really was motoring around this course. Currently sat in 19th position overnight with that 29.8. And Germany out in front as a team. So if they can have their first rider home inside the time, it will be a fantastic start to their day in hopes to cling on to that gold medal. Well, now we have a latest starter on course for Belgium, Marcus Burgers and Kalista van Vickenhoven facing this first combination at 5. Very nicely done on that left-handed curve. First team rider out for Belgium. And through that first water, no trouble at all. As towards the end of the course now. Little bit of a trot stride, but some clever footwork. Over the corner, 3 fences here at the Villa Turn 14A, B and C. Sarah Goldschlag for Italy. Well, the time is in for Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. Well, we thought they were fast. They were nearly a minute fast. Inside the time, no jumping penalties, 7 minutes 14 seconds. At optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And Matti absolutely flying around, finishing on his dressage score at 29.8. So, into the lead with the current stand-ins. Alva, Salah, Alonso, Kiss My Jambo. Another combination to be kicking on around this course. Designed by Peter Hasenobler. 31 jumping efforts for these riders to negotiate. And approaching now these horse shelters 18A and B. First of our Spanish riders. Just collecting down the hill. Very nicely through the horse shelters. 3 numbered fences left for Alva and Kiss My Jambo. They approach this brush box up on a bit of a mound. Chip in a little stride, but they are through the red and white flags, and that's all that matters on cross country. It's all about making it happen. Combination 1, the Madrid 2-star long back in June this year. Just a 7-year-old gelding. And taking out a stride over the angled brushes there at 20A and B. Just the final welcome home fence left for them. As we turn our attentions to Zara von der Fanen and Jamaica 8 for Austria. First team rider coming forward for Austria. Team currently sat in 8th place as they head out onto cross country. 38.9 their dressage score. Having a big jump over that ditch there in the middle of the coffin. But really riding forward to make sure they met their stride out over the box on that third element. Making their way round to Heidi's house at 8. As we have a time in for Sarah Julia Goldschlag, Tintoretto de Quadrifoglio, Another one inside that optimum time. No jumping penalties. 7 minutes 37 took her to complete the course. So into third position on our completed scores. And a huge jump over that first element. Unfortunately, it looks like not quite making that turn back round to the corner there at the Volvo corner combination for Zara von der Thanen, Jamaica 8. But now underway. Teresa Kusa, Quantos Mer for the Czech Republic. Czech Republic junior team currently sat in 9th place. So they head out onto cross country, a 35.1 dressage score for Teresa and Quantos Mer. So they approach this Trakehner at 3. Jumped very nicely so far today. And down to this bit of a gallop stretch to the woodland table at 4. Riders now entering into that first minute of the course as they head down to the woodland table. So far everybody who has completed the cross country has made it inside the time. And currently out in front from our completed riders, Matti Garlis, Ludwig 282. Finishing on that dressage score 29.8. Well, kicking on now, this looks like Teresa Kusa Quantos Mer. I beg your pardon, it's Zara von der Thanen, Jamaica 8, having a lovely jump there over the quad bar at 13. So 21 numbered fences on course. She's just setting herself up for this Villa turn. 3 fences on the curve and quite an exuberant jump by Jamaica 8, and unfortunately they run into trouble at the corner. Very hard when a horse jumps so big over the first element to manage to regain your position and find your line for the second. They come round for their second attempt. 20 penalties will be on the card there for that first run out. Much better on the second time of asking, and managed to make their way to element C with no trouble at all. I think they have 2 run-outs on their scorecard at the moment. After running into trouble at the first of the corner combinations at fence 9. As Teresa Kusa Quantos Mer at the roller coaster at 10. Having a little bit of a look down into the water after clearing that first element. Out over the other side. Really have their foot down on the accelerator as they approach the white rails at 11. They have a bit of a gallop before they come up to these white rails. Well, Zara von der Thanen, Jamaica 8, into the latter stages of the course, making their way around to the horse shelters at 18A and B. Down quite a steep hill, so these riders really have to set up, and unfortunately a third run out on course there for Zara von der Thanen and Jamaica 8. So unfortunately it does look like it will be an elimination there for this pair. Lovely to see Zara just giving Jamaica 8 a pat. Not to be today, but I'm sure they'll be back another day. So a time is in for our Spanish rider Alva Sala Alonso, Kiss My Jambo, the first for the Spanish team. No jumping penalties, 7 minutes 55 seconds, inside that optimum time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So they come into show jumping tomorrow on 38.9, their dressage score. Well, at the coffin combination here at 7. It's one of our latest starters on course, B. Valgren and Beleno. Bringing forward a 37.4 in the first phase. And approaching the first 3 minutes of the track. Looking to be very, very marginally down on time, but they are very early on in the track and there's lots of places to gallop where these riders can make up a tiny bit of time if needed. Time so far has looked good on this course. Lots of riders inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. But round they head now to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Well, as they make their way around to the Volvo combination, we have a new starter on course. First of the team riders for Ireland. Ted O'Leary, Master Swatch, 37.9 their dressage score. Team Ireland currently sat in 12th place after the dressage phase. Well, swiftly through the horse shelters 18A and B, Teresa Cusa, Quantos Mer. Into this latter stages of the course. Brush oxen now up this mound. Meet that stride beautifully, have a flying jump and really have their foot firmly down on the accelerator as they approach the final combination on course. Angled brushes here at 20A and B. Now just trying to get some collection and get Quantos Mer's attention before they approach this angle. Huge jump out over that element B. Just one fence left for Quantos Mer, Teresa Cusa. First team rider for the Czech Republic. And I'm sure the team, look how delighted they are with that round. It really does mean so much for these riders to be able to complete cross-country day here in the Junior European Eventing Championships. No trouble there over the quad bar. Quad bar coming up at fence 13. So just over the halfway point now. B. Valgren and Beleno. First team rider for Finland. 37.4 their dressage score. And now up to this Villa turn. We've seen it catch one of our riders out so far today. All on that tight left-handed turn, but no trouble at all there. Big pats down the neck for Beleno. The 17-year-old gelding with B. Very nicely over one of our let-up fences, the wood cabin at 15, before coming down the hill and approaching this skinnier wishing well at 16. No trouble at all there. So looking to have about 1 minute 51 left on the clock. I'd say they're very, very slightly down on the clock, but not by much. So we have a time in for Marcus Burgers and Kalista van Vickenhove, the first of the team riders for Belgium. They did pick up 20 penalties at 7B. That was the ditch in the coffin. They completed the course inside the time, 7 minutes 51, but that 20 penalties added means a total of 57.1. Will be Valgreen and Baleno into this latter stages of the course. And that Brush Oxer at 19, riding really well so far. These mounds that some of these fences are placed on really do encourage some positive riding. As it looks like our latest starter underway is Maxine Carmen, Funny Stroner, we're not hanging around at the first water combination there at the Duck House at 6. Making their way around now to this coffin fence 7A and B. A little glance down at the ditch. But swiftly out over the other side. They led the dressage for a large portion of our first day, 28.9 their dressage score. Coming forward as the first team rider for the Netherlands. After our dressage, Netherlands currently sat in 4th place, so just outside of a medal after our dressage. But what will happen on cross country, we'll have to wait and see as they approach the Volvo corner combination. They approach the corner combination at fence 9. A new rider joins us on course. Anna Clara Patiki and Leonard 40. Individual riders for Hungary. 39.1 their dressage score. Currently sat in 68th after the dressage phase. Well, we have a time in for Quantos Mer and Teresa Kusa for the Czech Republic. First team rider for the Czech Republic. Another one to be inside that optimum time. 7 minutes 52 seconds, so no jumping penalties either. Meaning they finish on their dressage score 35.1 after 2 phases here at the Junior European Eventing Championships in Montelibretti. Back to Ted O'Leary, Master Swatch, making great progress so far for Team Ireland. Round this 4,195 metres, of course. In fact, they have the end very nearly in sight as they jump beautifully through the angled brushes at 20. It's just the final welcome home left for the first of the Irish combinations. 37.9 their dressage score from the first day. Maxine Carmen and Funny Stroner. I beg your pardon, it's actually Anna Clara Patiki and Leonard 40. Very nicely through that left-handed curve there of the Lonely Oak turn. 5A, that's the first combination that these riders face out on course. Before they now approach the first of the waters, the Duck House at the water at 6. So for their first water, they just have to splash through, no direct jump into the water. It sets them up because I believe they have 2 others coming up on course. Now we're here with Maxine Carmen, Funny Stromer. Very well ridden through that Villa turn. 14A, B and C, just slowing down, making sure she could get her line. Not a place where you want to pick up any penalties. Galloping on now to the wood cabin at 15. Looking pretty good on the clock, I must say so. Want to be here at about 6 minutes, and they're pretty much exactly on track. And very swiftly over the wishing well there. At 16. On to the roller coaster now. Huge jump over the first element for Anna Clara Petiti. Leonard 40 kicking on as they approach up the hill. Really wanting to keep their momentum up these mounds. Very cleverly placed with the water right at the bottom between the two. But like I say, that's the one fence on course that does have a black flag alternative if riders wish to use it. There'd be no penalties picked up, no jumping penalties, just the clock is ticking and the alternative routes are normally a little bit longer. Well, Maxine Carmen and Funny Stroner to the latter stages of the course, having successfully negotiated those horse shelters there at 18A and B. Brush Oxer is next for them. Chipping in extra stride, but they are clear, and that's what matters. Time in for Ted O'Leary, Master Swatch. First of the team riders for Ireland, no jumping penalties, no time penalties, 7 minutes 38 it took them to complete the course. Finishing on their dressage score, 37.9. So we turn our attentions to our latest starter, Alice Kirali and Delibab Felho. 45.8 their dressage score. Currently sat 74th. Have a massive jump there over the duck house at the water at 6. Absolutely flying. Now round to the coffin combination. Delibab Felho, this 15-year-old mare. They've only been outside the top 15 once at the 2-star level. Very familiar to Montelibretti here. 15th in the 2-star long this year. Well, here's our current leaderboard. Inside the time there was Maxine Carmen. 28.9 the score to beat. They were leading for a large portion of the dressage, and now they're back leading after cross-country day. As out on course now, a next individual rider, this time an individual rider for Spain. This time it's the turn of Tiano Montero Velázquez and Balbi. Combination coming forward, 37.4 their dressage score. They were sat in 58th overnight, joint 58th with the Valgren and Beleno, who we've seen out on course earlier on today. Heading round to this Tricana at fence 3. Having a little bit of a look down at the ditch, but some persuasive riding there from Tiana. Very boldly over the first element, down the bank. Finding their line and getting it nicely. Anna Clara Petiti, Leonard 40. Really motoring on as they approach the last few fences on course. Coming to the Brush Oxer at 19. Want to have about 7 minutes. They would have done 7 minutes 23. Looks like they are dead on time. If they can keep this pace up, they will be inside that optimum time. 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So currently leading on our team standards, Germany out in front, but on the individuals it's Maxine Carmen and Funny Stroner from the Netherlands. 28.9. back with Alice Kiriali and Delibab Felho. No trouble over the quad bar, now setting up for this Villa turn. 14A, B and C. Looking good on the clock as they approach this first element. Pretty much dead on time. Just really trying to slow down and make sure they get their line. Don't want to be over jumping these fences. Get in deep at the corner, but they're through the red and white flags. Very nicely done. Riding as individuals for Hungary. Nice save the wood cabin at 15. Delibab Felho still looking as keen as ever as they're approaching the wishing well at 16. These horses really fit and raring to go round this cross country. Great to see how well these riders have prepared these horses. As Tania Montero Velaketh and Dibalbi up to the roller coaster at 10. So a lovely shot over the first, bit long, but they made it happen. And again out over the other side. Tania losing a stirrup, but quickly regained. And that's where all this fitness work these riders do really does pay off. When you have moments out on cross country where stirrups are lost and things start to get a little bit not going to plan, shall I say, but their fitness work is the reason they have such superb balance and can just regain and carry on again. So Elise Kiriali and Delibab Felho for Hungary, the second individual rider for Hungary. So we have a time in for the first individual rider to complete the course for Hungary, Anna Clara Patiki and Leonard 40. No jumping penalties, no time penalties. They complete the course in 8 minutes exactly. 8 minutes and 5 seconds is the optimum time. So they finish on 39.1, their dressage score, as Mila Brakeman, Hopperton Hansel for Belgium underway. Nice jump over the ditch there as part of the coffin at fence 7. Taking an angled route out over the brush just to save all the seconds that they can. And for the dressage score 42.4. Riding as individuals for Belgium. Really motoring as they make their way down to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. We've seen this combination being rode on the 4 and the 5 strides so far today. There's Tania Montero, Belaketh and Dibalbi. Climb up the hill, making their way around to the horse shelters 18A and B. They climb up this hill at the back before these horse shelters are placed on quite a steep downward hill. Still looking full of running. 6 minutes into this track. Well, our latest starter underway, riding as an individual for Ireland. It's Amelia McCarthy and Finscale Endeavour. And for a 33.8 from their dressage. Sitting at 44th overnight. Into the latter stages of the course and a huge jump over the first of the cabins. Bit of a stumble down the hill, but they regained their balance very quickly. Balby still looking ever so keen. Tania doing a fantastic job of just trying to keep him under control. Only 3 fences left on course. Tipping forward a little bit there on landing, but they managed to keep themselves upright, and that's the main thing. The angled brush is next for them at 20A and B. They must find their line and stick to it between these two brushes. Very swiftly through this combination. 8 minutes and 5 seconds, so it looks like they're going to be slightly over that time. 0.4 of a time penalty for every second over the time. So it looks to be about 6 penalties that will be added, which will roughly be about 15 seconds over that optimum time, but I will get the confirmed times to you very shortly. It's back with Amelia McCarthy and Finseal Endeavour. It's an 8-year-old mare. They've only been outside the top 10 once. So a combination we'll be keeping an eye on, as have a very competitive international record. So time in for B. Valgren and Baleno for Finland. No jumping penalties, they complete the course 8 minutes 13 seconds. So 3.2 time penalties, that's 8 seconds over that optimum time, meaning they finish on 40.6. As we have our latest starter underway. This time for Poland as an individual. Olivia Missio and Bankit. No trouble at all over the Trakehner there at 3. Onward bound to the Woodland table at 4. Combination so far being rode very well down the hill. The horse shelters 18A and B. As Mila Brakeman, Hopperton Hunsel for Belgium successfully negotiate them. With a very nice jump over the brush oxer at 19. Looking at the watch and just checking their time. They're only 2 fences away from home. So we have a time in for Tania Montero, Belaketh and Dibalbi. They were our last riders that we saw finish. No jumping penalties. They were over that optimum time, 8 minutes 17 seconds. So they pick up 4.8 time. So just 12 seconds over the optimum time there. They finished on 42.2 as we're back with our individual rider from Ireland. Approaching now the Villa turn at 14 A, B and C, Amelia McCarthy. Saw a lovely shot over that corner. Now just regaining the control for element C. Very nicely done. Big pats down the neck there. And looking to be a little bit up on the clock, so going well so far. Making their way round now to the wood cabbing at 15. More of a let-up fence after these riders having to negotiate that combination there at the Villa turn. as underway. We look to be joined by a new starter, an individual rider coming forwards for Romania. It's the turn of Abigail Yasmin Vida, and Mersuch 25.37. Bring forward a dressage score of 41.7, sat in 70th place overnight. Heading round now to the Tricana at fence 3, into the first minute of the course, having a little bit of a stutter and a little bit of a look down into that ditch, but a bit of vocal encouragement there from Abigail means they are clear. Round they head now to the woodland table at fence 4. Is looking to have a fantastic ride so far. We have Amelia McCarthy and Physical Endeavour. Clock is looking good as they're over the angled brushes at 20 AB. Just the final welcome home fence left for them. As the time is in for Mila Brakeman, Hopperton Hunsel from Belgium. No jumping penalties inside that optimum time, 7 minutes 57 seconds it took them to complete the course, so nothing to add to their dressage score of 42.4. As they stay in 69th place as it stands. So Olivia Missio and Banquet up round to this Villa turn of 14 AB and seeing a huge jump over that first element. Managed to stay on their line very well to be, and met that turn at sea. Some great riding there. Just making their way to the coffin, having a little bit of a look there. Mersuch and Abigail Yasmin Vida. Kicking on now towards the Heidi's house at 8. Ever so slightly down on the clock as it stands, but they're only at the early stages of the course. Combination having been very successful in their internationals so far. But one lady who has been very successful at this international so far is Jean Brunel and Dexter Z. They come forward as the second team rider for France. 24.9 their dressage score, sat in individual third overnight. So a combination we will be keeping a very close eye on, and I'm sure she'll have a very close eye on that clock, making sure she gets near that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Is back with Romania's Abigail Yasmin Vida Mersuch. Having a little bit of a look at the water. And some vocal encouragement from Abigail, but they are clear through the roller coaster. Mersuch just being careful and calculating each question before they jump. Well, heading for home now is Olivia Missio and Banquet. To the final welcome home fence at 21. And she looks absolutely delighted, looking to be inside that optimum time, 8 minutes 5 seconds. I think she'll be well inside the time there. as Jean Brunel decks to Z. Combination lying in third place overnight for France. Second rider for the French team as well, so an important ride. They've had their first rider home and clear. Huge jump, loads of scope over the Heidi's house at 8. Dexter Z is 12-year-old gelding. So back with Romania's Abigail Yasmin Vida. Clear of the quad bar at 13. Now next for them will be the Villa turn at 14, A, B and C. This combination just taking this cross-country course in their stride. As Zuzana Borkowska and Gracia join us on course, and they look like they mean business from the start, looking very keen indeed. Bring forward a 32.8 from the dressage, sat just inside the top 40 overnight in 39th. And heading round now to this Trakehner at 3, looking eager. See a lovely shot there. Second team rider coming forward for Poland. We're into our second team rotation. As they make their way down towards the first of the waters, as we're back with our individual from Romania, Abigail Yasmin. No trouble over that wood cabin at 15. The Wishing Well is next for them. Message looks like a little bit of a horse that likes to evaluate questions and could be a little bit spooky, but Abigail did a fantastic job of riding with care and attention and making sure she has it all right from her, such just to read each question and canter on to the next. As they're also now clear over the gatehouse at 17. Next for them will be the horse shelters 18A and B. Bit of a climb up the hill before they swing back on themselves down the other side. Quite a steep bank with these two roll houses. Doing well to keep the momentum coming forward. Just a bit of a trot down the hill. Nicely out over the second element there. 3 numbered fences left on course. 4 jumping efforts now for Abigail. Nicely over the brush oxer at 19. As we are back with a very keen Gracia and Zuzana Borkowska. Second team rider for Poland at the roller coaster here at 10. Kicking on now as they make their way down to the white rails. As a rider, we'll be keeping an eye on a second team rider now for Great Britain, Anna Price, Keep Happy combination, who has sat in 4th individually overnight with that 25.4. And of course, Great Britain team currently sat in 2nd place in the team standings after dressage, so all to play for out on cross country now for Anna Price and Keep Happy, but as it is as well for Jean Brunel, Dexter Z. This combination sat in 3rd place, a huge jump over the brush oxler at 19. Combination only have had 2 international runs together, but they've been second and first in both of them. Well, can they make it into the top 3 again on another international? It really would be a massive achievement. Just the final fence for them. We'll have a time with you shortly. And it looks to be a good time indeed. The French absolutely delighted, and quite rightly so. Individual rider currently sat in 3rd place. The French team also in 3rd at the moment as it stands. They keep themselves in that medal position overnight. For show jumping, will Anna Price keep happy? Very nicely through the coughing fence at 7A and B. Keep happy, just an 8-year-old. Combination recently won the under-18 championships at Bishop Burton. Anna, who is in fact looking forward to going travelling in November to Australia, India and Southeast Asia. And then has her eyes on basing herself with an event rider next season. She's just slowing down for the Volvo corner combination 9A and B. Very nicely over element A. Safely out over B, no trouble at all. As Giulia Manonin and Invictus join us on course for the home nation Italy. Combination bring forward a 28.6 from their dressage, sat in 13th overnight. Second team rider for Italy. Italy, who was sat in 5th place after the dressage. Zuzana Bukowska and Gracia still looking as keen as ever in this latter stages of the course. They came out the start box absolutely flying, and they've kept the pace up the whole way round. Looking to be well up on the clock as they approach the final few fences. So we have a time in for Abigail Yasmin Vida and Mersearch for Romania. No jumping penalties, 9.4 time penalties picked up. So, I beg your pardon, they completed the course in 9 minutes and 4 seconds. So, picked up 38 time penalties, which is just over a minute over that optimum time there. So they finish on 79.7. Keep happy. Anna Price start to approach the Villa turn at 14A, B and C. Huge jump over the B element, that corner. But they found their line to C, really kicking on now. Heading up the hill. The wood cabin will be next for them. Looking at the clock, it looks like they're not too bad. Want to be approaching the wood cabin with about 6 minutes on the clock. It's about 15 seconds up on the clock, which is great to see. Currently the highest placed British rider after the dressage. Closely followed behind with Isabel Cook, Mexican law, of course our current reigning silver medalist from the Junior Europeans last year individually. And Camilla Malin Phillips, Sir Boggles is underway. combination we will be keeping an incredibly close eye on. Not only are they the second team rider for Germany, and Germany are out in front in the team standings, but of course they're leading the way individually. 23.5 was their dressage score. So a very, very important round now for Smilla Malin-Philip. Sir Boggles. Back with Anna Price. Keep happy. Combination who have picked up a first and a fifth at the 2-star level this year. Anna, who also competes up to the 3-star level with her other ride, Lately Surprise. Time is looking good as she's heading to the final 2 fences on course. Like I say, an important round for Great Britain. Currently their highest placed individual, and she's the second rider on the team. So we have some very exciting cross-country action unfolding. We have our rider who's in 4th place currently, just about to complete her round here, Anna Price. Keep happy, looking absolutely delighted, because that's a big result there for Great Britain. But we also have out on course our current leading individual, I should say, for Germany. So competition really hotting up now, and we will see Smilla Malin-Philip start to make her way down towards the coffin at 7A and B. Here she comes, our current leader. Sir Boggles is 15-year-old gelding. They were 9th in the Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury. And they've never had a cross-country jumping penalty since being together. Can they keep that clean sheet? And what a day it would be if they could, because they're currently leading the individual standings 23.5. So making their way down now to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Looking good on the clock, about 10 minutes up. 10 minutes, 10 seconds up as they approach the Volvo corner combination. As Jamiro and Isabel Diaz-Verdugo underway for Spain. Second team rider out on course for them. That's not hanging around now. Smilla Malin-Philip. Sir Boggles pats down the neck after successfully negotiating that roller coaster combination at 10A and B. That's Isabel Diaz-Verdugo Jamiro for Spain. 39.8 their dressage score, sat in 69th overnight. Jamiro, this 12-year-old mare, top 30 in the young rider Europeans last year, actually, but with fellow Spaniard David Becerra Montesimo. Great to see so many people starting to come out and watch all the action unfold here in the Junior European Eventing Championships, Montelibretti. I'm sure many eyes will be on this young lady, Smilla Malin-Philip. Sir Boggles, our current individuals at the top of the leaderboard for Germany. See a lovely shot there at the quad bar at 13. Now approaching the Villa turn, 14A, B and C. Want to be having 5 minutes 24 on the clock when they approach this combination. So they look to be doing okay for time. very smoothly over the 3 elements there. No trouble at all. As back with Isabel and Jamiro. Looking very happy to have cleared the Heidi's house at 8. Keeping up a good pace as they approach the Volvo corner combination 9A and B. Seen this combination rode on 4 and 5 strides today. As underway, our latest starter. Our latest starter, number 26. Ancona Graz and Enzo G. Bring forward a 32.3 from their dressage, sat in 35th overnight. Enzo G, this 14-year-old gelding. New partnership this year with Arn. So fantastic to have qualified for these championships just within the first year of having a new horse. 2 fences left now for Samila, Marlene Phillips, Sir Boggles. 8 minutes 5 seconds the optimum time. Currently leading this individual competition with that fantastic score, 23.5. Just 1 fence left for them now as they gallop on towards the welcome home fence. So they can be 3 seconds over the time, but not 4. But from the looks of their clock, I don't think that will be an issue. I think they were well within the time. Ancona Graz, Enzo G at the first combination on course. Swiftly through that left-handed curb of the Lonely Oak turn at 5A and B. And see a lovely shot over the duck house at the water at 6. The first time these horses get their feet wet. They have 2 water combinations after our first there at fence 6. To this coffin at 7A and B. The ditch down there that we can't quite see. But lovely out over element C. Heading round to this let-up fence at Heidi's house at fence 8. No trouble at all there for Arn as our leaderboard comes up. It's Miller Marlene Phillip inside that time, 23.5. That's the score she started with. So no penalties picked up on cross country. Jean Brunel there in second and Anna Price in third. So the teams would be absolutely delighted as well because all 3 of them are team riders. As Leonie Sagner and Space Jet are underway for Austria. Space Jet, our oldest horse in the field, 19 years old. Combination have already had 3 top 5 placings at the 2-star level and have always made the time at the 2-star level on cross country. So I'm sure they'll be aiming to keep that streak alive today. Isabel Diaz-Verdugo and Jamiro into the latter stages of the course. Absolutely flying out over the Brush Oxer at 19. Time looking good as they approach this combination. We want to have 7:23 on that clock, so they are up on the clock, doing well. Just the final welcome home left for them. And across the finish line, second team rider for Spain is Ancona Graz Enzo G. They're making good progress so far around this course. See a lovely shot jumping out of their stride there over the quad bar at 13. No rhythm change, and that's where you save all these seconds on cross country. You don't have to spend much time setting up, and you can keep your horse in his perfect rhythm. You'd be surprised how many seconds you save from not having to take that pull at each fence. As back with our oldest horse in the field, Space Jet, Leonis Sagner. Space Jet definitely not looking 19, looking as keen as ever, heading round now to the Heidi's house at fence 8. Like I say, this combination have always made the time at the 2-star level. And with the pacer going at the moment, I think it could be likely that streak continues today. So kicking on, approaching the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Another horse who still looks full of running, Enzo G. Ancona Graz. Really big jump there out over the wood cabin at 15. Now finding their line to the wishing well at 16. One of the narrower fences on course. Very speedily through the roller coaster there at fence 10. For Leonis Sagner and Space Jet for Austria. Like I say, that roller coaster does have that black flag alternative. We've only seen one rider choose to take it so far today. To the latter stages of the course, Ancona Graz, Enzo G for Belgium. Short stride to the first, but no trouble at all. Down that bank, nicely out over element B. Enzo G is pricked. Absolutely loving their job. And looking good on the clock. Just under 15 seconds up on the clock, I'd say. Fellow supporters running along, cheering these competitors on. It's so lovely to see these support teams out supporting every competitor here today, because it really does take an army to get these horses and riders to these European Championships. Well, latest starter through the first combination on course, Marek Pokorny, Hennessy. The second team rider now for the Czech Republic. 32.7 was their dressage score yesterday. Sat in 38th overnight. Leonis Sagner, Space Jet, very boldly through the first two elements, and now out over the third there at the Villa Turn, 14A, B and C. And just see how much these horses absolutely love their job. Ears are pricked and galloping so well up these hills. Making their way round to the wood cabin at 15. These horses well into 5 minutes, approaching 6 minutes of the course. Still looking as good as ever. 2 minutes left to go. 8 minutes 5 seconds at optimum time. 31 jumping efforts out on course. As our latest starter out the box as we speak. Mikko Musala and Amaris coming forward as second team riders for Finland. 37.3 was their dressage score yesterday. 57th place overnight is Marek Bakorny and Hennessy. Adding in a little extra stride at the top of the roller coaster at 10, but they are clear. They're through the red and whites, and that's all that matters. Hennessy, this 10-year-old mare. Combination have had 2 top 10 finishes at this 2-star level. As unfortunately, problems there at fence 3 for Miko Musala and Armris, and unfortunately that they have parted company. So that does mean an elimination very early on in the track. But glad to see both horse and rider absolutely fine. Just an unfortunate slip off the side there. As Leonie Sagner's Space Jet. Very much living up to their name. Just one fence left for them as they approach home. Clock looking good. 8 minutes, 5 seconds. The optimum time. Looking to be well inside that optimum time. As Marek Bakorny and Hennessy for the Czech Republic. Heading round to the quad bar at 13. Another rider jump that so beautifully. It's quite a wide fence, but these horses and riders jumping it so well, just eating it up. Round they head now up to the Villa Turn 14A, B and C. Clock looking good as well as they're through that combination with no trouble at all. So our standings on the individual side of life, it is Smilla Malin Phillips out in front, 23.5. She'll be our leaders heading into the show jumping. Currently sat in second place, Jean Brunel for France, Dexter Z 24.9, and currently in third, Anna Price Keep Happy 25.4. But we are still yet to see our rider who was sat in second overnight join us on course. They'll be joining later on, but we turn our attentions now to Julia Adams. Milchi Mardeo for Ireland. Second team rider for Ireland. 38.1 was their dressage score. Sat in 63rd overnight. Nice jump over fence 3. That's the Trakehner there. Back with Marek Bakorny, Hennessy. Into the latter stages of the course, making their way around to this brush oxer at 19. Lovely big jump out over that oxer. Placed on that bit of a mound, really encouraging some positive riding from these riders to keep that engine going up the hill. With a big wide oxer at the top, you can't be coming to that fence tentatively. Very swiftly through the angled brushes, 20A and B. One from home now for the Czech Republic's Marek Bakorny and Hennessy. As we're back with Julia Adams, Milchi Mardeo, first combination on course here at fence 5. Milchi Mardeo's 12-year-old mare. Combination who were at Hartbury last year in the Europeans, placed 8th individually there. Coming round to the duck house at the water at 6. The first time these horses get their feet wet, chip in a stride, but they are cleared down, splashing out through the water and kicking on away. They were 3rd in the 2-star in May at Mill Street. So already had a top 5 finish at the 2-star level this year. very nicely through the coffin fence, 7A and B. It's only caught one rider out so far today, with a slight hesitation at the ditch. As they head on and approach the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. As our latest starter to join us on course, Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ. This combination coming forward with a 28.6 in the first phase. Back with Julia Adams, Milchi Mardeo. Big jump into the water splash. But it doesn't affect their strides at all. Beautifully met out over element B of the roller coaster at 10. Splinterberg's Vigo Key SRZ underway. Combination who sat in 13th overnight for the Netherlands. The second team rider, I should say, of the Netherlands. Team who'll be looking to have as many clears as they can inside the time, because they're just outside the medal position, sat in 4th place after dressage. So this could be a very important round for them. Julia Adams, Milchim Ardeo. Combination who sat in 63rd overnight, 38.1 their dressage score. Approaching the quad bar at 13. And a lovely jump over that. Next for them will be the Villa turn, 14A, B and C. Splinter Bergsma, Vigo Key SRZ. Through the first two elements of the coffin. And the third, getting a little close, but they are clear. Looking like they're trying to take a bit more of an economical line out of that combination. And looking to be about 4 seconds up on the clock as they clear Heidi's house at fence 8. Big cheers there from the crowd. These riders galloping through their cross country. Julia Adams, Milchi Mardeo. It's been looking good so far for this pair. Down they head to the wishing well at 16. About 10 seconds up on the clock. A little look back, but she's kicking on again as Splinter Bergsma up to this roller coaster at 10. Big jump over the first element. Swiftly through both of those combinations. Out they go now, kicking on, not hanging around. They head down to the white rails at 11. So second team rider here for Ireland. First team rider came earlier today, and that was Ted O'Leary and Master Swatch. Ted clear inside that optimum time, so finishing on his dressage score, 37.9. Julia currently on the scoreboard, just behind him, 31.8. And looking at her time, if she can continue the last 2 fences at this pace, she's going to be well inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Back with Splinter Bergsma, Vigo KSRZ. Just slowing down to find their stride. Nicely out over the quad bar at 13. Combination sat in the top 15 overnight, 13th place at 28.6. They're on the same score as Julia Malonen and Invictus, who we saw a little bit earlier today. So our latest starter underway and making their way through the coffin fence 7A, B and C. Coming forward for Slovakia as an individual rider, Sofia Laura Petronova and Furioso 36.5 ULA. Combination who were sat 75th overnight, 48 was their dressage score. As we turn our attentions to an individual rider coming forward for Norway, Mila Vergig and Stella Quick Change. As we're back with Sofia Laura Petronova. Furioso looking feisty as ever as they approach the roller coaster at 10. Bit tentative down the hill. See a lovely shot out over element B there. Having a good gallop down the hill as they approach the white rails. As we see into the latter stages of the course now, Splinter Bergsma. Clock looking good indeed. About 7 minutes 23 done on that clock there, so up on the clock as they're over the brush. Oxer at 19, 2 fences left for this combination. Met the 2 strides very nicely through the angled brushes. Looks like Splinter knows up on the clock, so just taking a nice steady canter down to the final fence, the welcome home fence. Some feeling for these riders when they're able to cross over that finish line. Especially if it's their first European Championship. As we're back with Furioso, Sofia Laura Petronova. Making their way up to the quad bar now. Skip on over the quad bar. And power on up towards the Villa turn 14A, B and C. A bit of a test of these riders' control and suppleness, even out on cross country, because this combination on a left-handed curve. You can just see Sofia just start to put the brakes on, get some control as they clear over element A and take that turn. Met the corner nicely in the middle there. And out over element C, making that look very easy indeed. Furioso, just an 8-year-old mare. As this is a round we will be paying close attention to. As our next rider due to join us on course for the home nation, currently sat in second place overnight after dressage. It will be Leopoldo Petrini, but now we're back with Furioso and Sofia Laura Petronova. Combination that's already picked up a top 5 at the 2-star long level so far this year. As they make their way, they climb up the hill now to the horse shelters 18A and B on quite a steep downward hill. Really have to balance these horses for element A. She does a beautiful job there. Furioso still looking incredibly keen in the latter stages of the course. So it's Germany still out in front, 23.5. We have Jean Brunel in second, but this could all change because I know very shortly we have the young man who was sat in second place overnight after dressage enter onto the cross country for the home nation. Very swiftly through that final combination there. For Sofia, Laura Petronova, Furioso. Just the final fence left for them. As they cross the finish line to complete their round. And we'll get the time for you shortly. 8 minutes and 5 seconds is that optimum time. And our team standings. After 2 riders, Germany out in front, Great Britain in second, France third. But we still have 2 rotations of team riders left to go. It's all hotting up here at the Junior FEI Eventing European Championships. As we have we're into about halfway of our competition. Shortly we will have, like I say, the young man who's currently sat in second place overnight for the home nation. The last time these championships were in Montelibretti, it was in fact a German who picked up the individual gold medal, Nye Newman, in 2016, and Munkel E. They finished on their dressage score of 25.7. In fact, the average finishing score at these championships, if you want to pick up that individual gold, is 25.7 from our last individual winners since 2008. It has definitely been Germany and France who have been dominating the individual standings for the last few years. We have our reigning individual champion yet to come out on cross country as well today. Matthias Ruder for Germany and Bonton. They picked up that gold medal at Hartbury last year. As we see some of our young riders taking a look at their course, we will have them coming later on today. So not only have we got our juniors out today, we also have a full day of action with our young riders. And they'll be coming forwards at 2 o'clock Central European summertime. First to go for them coming from Germany, Carla Hansa and Castanola. But that's all to look forward to later on today. In regards to our junior standings, it's still Germany out in front individually. Camilla Marling Phillips Boggles finishing on the dressage score of 23.5. Nothing to add from the cross country. Jean Brunel, Dexter Z currently sat in second place, 24.9. And in third as it stands, Anna Price and Keep Happy. That's the top three currently. Fourth as we scroll down, Maxine Carmen, Funny Stromer, 28.9. These of course are of our completed combinations so far today. Matty Garlis in fifth, Ludwig 282, 29.8. Now plenty of our riders have been able to make that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. 31 jumping efforts. And a total distance, 4,195 metres of this course, beautifully designed by Peter Hassenobler. One man who could have a real shake-up on this leaderboard. It's the turn of Leopoldo Petrini. And Emerald Johnny sat in second place overnight, riding as individuals for Italy. It really, really would be a momentous occasion if Leopoldo can take the individual gold medal at a home European Championship. As they head out on course, their dressage score 24.8. They'll be making their way round to the woodland table at 4. Here we see them head down. Lovely long stretch of gallop between the woods there for these riders to really kick on. Leopoldo Petrini, 32nd at the Junior Europeans last year. But now lying in second place as they head out to cross country. Now for the first time they will get their feet wet at the Duck Water at 6. Breeze over that house with no trouble at all. Very nicely through the coffin combination, 7A, B and C. Taking the turn round to this let up fence at Heidi's house at 8. Very swiftly through the Volvo corner combination there at 9. Keeping up this fantastic pace, barely breaking a rhythm. See how they negotiate this roller coaster at 10. Very nicely out over the two elements. You can hear the cheers from the Italian crowd as Nahia Fernandez Ferreras and Hans join us on course. A huge jump there over the Tricana at fence 3. Combination sat in 71st overnight, 41.8 their dressage score. Hans, a 14-year-old. There'll be a combination we will keep a close eye on because they've never had a cross-country penalty internationally in their career. That's 9 international runs. So this really is the phase where they shine, but we're back with the home nations, Leopoldo Petrini and Emerald Johnny. Still kicking on as they approach quad bar at 13. So this young man, as we can see on the leaderboard, could have a bit of an upset. He's currently sat in second place overnight after dressage. He could push Jean Brunel back into third if he goes clear inside the time.
So I know you're Sheila. So what's your surname? My name is Barbara. And who are you here with?
He's got to be clear inside the time. Cannot afford 1 second over the optimum time. That optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. It has been achievable by many of our riders so far today. As we hear Fernandez Ferreras Hans. Very nice jump over the Heidi's house at 8. This is a combination, like I say, who have a very smart cross-country record. This is the phase where they shine. Have been clear in every single one of their cross-country runs internationally. And that's 9 runs internationally they've had in their career. As Paula Wazeska next to join us out on course with Nimbus. Combination coming forward. As an individual rider, 38.3 the dressage score, sat in 65th overnight. Nimbus is 11-year-old gelding, but we're back now with the gentleman who could sneak his way into second place, Leopoldo Petrini. Emerald Johnny. Just 3 fences left for this combination. When they're approaching the brush oxer, they need 7. They would have done 7 minutes 23 if they're going to make the time. They're well up on the clock, so it's looking good, but they're still kicking on for the final 2 fences. Angled brushes at 20 A and B. These have jumped very well indeed so far today. So swift through that combination. 1 from home, the final welcome home fence for the home nations. Leopoldo Petrini, Emerald Johnny. Over the last. Looking to be well inside that optimum time. You can just see how much this means for Leopoldo into second place. So that does mean that there's going to be a bit of a jig on the leaderboard. And Jean Brunel and Dexter Z for France will step down into third place. Nana Price keep happy into 4th. But now we turn our attentions to Fernandez Ferreras and Hans. Approaching now the Villa turn at 14 A, B and C. Easily over element A. Very smoothly through those 3 combinations. Wazeska and Nimbus have no trouble out over the coffin there at 7, and now the Heidi's house at 8. Nimbus is 11-year-old gelding. Combination picked up 5th place at Stragon, 2 stars short. There's Baptiste de Horn, Fast and Devil out of that start box and clear of the first commander's entrance at 1. Coming forward with a 32 from the Dressage. Sat in 31st overnight. Polowazeska, Nimbus. No trouble there through the roller coaster 10A and B. These fences placed on the top of the hills, really encouraging positive riding from these juniors. As we just see Baptiste Horn making his way round now to the woodland table at 4. This beautiful stretch of woodland these riders have to gallop on down. And they hear Fernandez Ferreras Hans still kicking on as they're approaching the final 2 fences. Another one looking to be up on the clock. Baptiste Horn, Fast and Devil, this 8-year-old gelding. Through the first combination on course at fence 5. And no trouble at all at the duck house at 6. So our top 4 as it stands. Germany out in front. Samilla, Marlene Phillips, Boggles inside that time, 23.5. Polo Petrini, who we saw finish a few moments ago, into second, 24.8. Jean Brunel, Dexter Z, 24.9. And it's Anna Price, Keep Happy, 25.4. And then we have from the Netherlands, our second team rider, Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SRZ, 28.6. It's Polowazeska and Nimbus. Nicely through the Villa turn, 14A, B and C. Going forward to 38.3 as Tess Carrère and Graphite de Fay Z are underway for France, riding as individuals. 27.5 was their dressage score. And we're back with Baptiste Horn, Fast and Devil. Very nice jump over element A there at the roller coaster at 10. Likewise over element B. Big pats down the neck. It's back to our individual rider from France. Swiftly over that tricana there at 3. Graphite de Fay Z Tess Carrère. 27.5 their dressage score. They were in 8th overnight after the first phase. Chipping in a little stride there at element A. No trouble over element B there. Down that steep hill, Polowazeska, Nimbus. So if we take a look at the clock, they look to be very, very slightly down on the clock as they're approaching the final 2 fences. But very marginally down, just by maybe 1 or 2 seconds, not much at all. Chipping in an extra stride there over those angled brushes. So many people meet the 2 nicely. They're coming around now to the final welcome home fence. Optimum time 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So we'll get the confirmed time for Polowazeska very shortly, but I believe looks to be a couple seconds over that optimum time. As Tescara Graphite de Z. Graphite de Fay Z, I should say. Clear over the Heidi's house at 8. Make their way up to these Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Combination sat in 8th place overnight as individual riders for France. But now we turn our attentions to the next rider coming forward for Great Britain as an individual. Annabelle Finston and Graffels. Bringing forward dressage score 32.2, sat in 34th overnight. Graffels, who has been part of the Finston family for some time. Also ridden by Annabelle's sister. And a lovely story. They bought Graffels from her breeders, Philip and Claire Searle. Philip here helping Team GB this week, so fantastic that he gets to see the horse he bred at these European Championships with Annabelle. Making great progress so far, finding their way down through the woodland areas, Baptista Horn and Fast and Devil, into the latter stages of the course. Heading now to the Brush Oxer, meet that beautifully. Time's not looking bad at all for this combination. They're still kicking on. 2 numbered fences left, 3 jumping efforts. As Tescara Graphite de Fay Z. Skip on over the quad bar there at 13. Quite a wide fence, but it's been jumping beautifully so far today. Riders barely breaking their stride. Now they approach the Villa turn, this left-handed curve. 3 fences up here. Tess sat in 8th overnight. She could have an upset to this leaderboard. Currently on screen. So if she can come inside that time, she'll finish on her dressage score 27.5. Time-wise, not looking bad at all. She's up on the clock. Huge jump out over the wood cabin there at 15. Back with Annabelle Finston and Graffels. Huge cheers there as she makes her way down now to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. This combination being rode on the 4 and the 5 strides so far today. As Pip van der Salm and Debbie are underway. 30.2 was their dressage score, sat in 20th overnight. Annabelle Finston, Graffels to the roller coaster at 10. Nice balance down the hill, splashing through that water. Met both elements beautifully. Huge cheers from the British supporters out on course. Combination was reserve British champion at the Junior Championships this year. But now we turn to Pip van der Salm, Debbie. Approaching now the Trakehner at fence 3. Coming forward as individual riders for the Netherlands. There's another individual who's doing very well indeed for France. Graphite de Fay Z, Tess Carrère. Time is looking good and Tess knows it. She's just keeping up her rhythm as she approaches The angled brushes at 20A and B. Hit the 2 strides very nicely in that combination. She can be inside the time, finish on 27.5. That would put her into the top 10. At the first combination on course there, Pip van der Sar, Debbie. No trouble at all jumping through that at fence 5. Very boldly down into the water there at the duck house at 6. Pip van der Sar, that was, as we're back with Annabelle Finston and Griffels. Very smoothly through the Villa turn there at 14A, B and C.
Now you know the whole story.
Now just finding her balance. She's coming down to this wood cabin at 50. Time is looking good. She's about 12 seconds up on that clock. To one of the skinnier fences on course, this Wishing Well at 16 causes her no trouble. She has a little look back. She may have tapped the fence, but no trouble at all. Kicking on now to the gatehouse at 17, and then we will see them, of course, approach those horse shelters at 18. Down that steep hill. They've been riding very well so far today. Just gallop up the hill before they swing back left-handed on themselves to these 2 round houses. Great jump over element A. Down a bit of a drop. Looking very economical over the combination there at 18. 3 fences left. 4 jumping efforts for Annabelle Finston and Griffels for Great Britain. Looking well up on the time, about 23 seconds and just 2 fences left. These horses looking full of running at the end of their round, which is absolutely fantastic to see. A huge testament to these riders and their fitness programs. Having these horses prepared to the best of their ability. Well, jumping the last, looks to be well inside that optimum time. 8 minutes, 5 seconds. Individual rider there for Great Britain, Annabelle Finston and Griffels. But now we turn our attention to an individual rider for Germany. Through the first combination on course there, Friedrich Banderkamp and Vertanza. Nicely through the duck house there at fence 6. First time these horses get their hooves wet on course. Having a little bit of a look at the ditch there at the coffin. But no trouble over any of the elements. Coming forward with the dressage score of 31.9. Sat in 30th overnight after dressage. Kicking on down, they head now to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Lovely big jump out over that final element. For Tanza, just a 13-year-old gelding. Combination have only had 3.6 time penalties across all their international runs since April 2022. So they are notoriously a fast combination on the cross country. They've only ever been outside the top 25 once internationally. So a very, very consistent pair out on course now, making their way down to the white rails at 11. As we see them head to Peter's Pond at 12A and B. Second time these horses have some water on their feet. This cross country, of course, designed by a fantastic Peter Hassenblur. Designed a really lovely track for these junior riders. 31 jumping efforts. 4,195 metres of cross country course. Adding in an extra stride, but still clear, no trouble at all there over the quad bar 13. The Villa turn is next for Friedrich Band, Camp and Vertanza. Four strides there to the corner. And nicely out over element C. Tanza has this huge galloping stride. That's probably how they've been so fast over their previous international runs. Looking at the clock, they are pretty much dead on time. If they can keep up this pace, they will be inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. As we are joined by our latest starter on course, already at the roller coaster at 10, Senna Van Hout and Calgary 92. Calgary 92, 8-year-old gelding, been competing internationally since 2021. Combination had a 32 in the dressage, placing 31st overnight. Riding as individuals for the Netherlands. We've had two very good cross-country rounds so far from two team riders in the Netherlands team. There's Berger Splinterbergsma and Maxine Carmen, both inside the top 15 as it stands, but we're back now with Friedrich Band and Vertanza into the latter stages of the course, making their way round to these angled brushes. Looking good on the clocks there. Continue that streak of clears inside the time. Notoriously a fast combination. So looks to be inside that optimum time. 8 minutes and 5 seconds. as Sarah Rudashili and CFS High Spec join us on course. Clear through the coffin combination at 7A and B. Combination dressage score of 37.1. Sat in 55th place overnight. High Spec, this 14-year-old. Combination who picked up 7th place at Caravino 2-star long. Looking rather keen as they head round to these Volvo corner combination. Well, Sarah doing a fantastic job of just keeping the attention of CFS High Spec. Was getting rather bold between the two, but she managed to keep hold of her line and keep the attention. To the roller coaster now at 10. Very swiftly out over the two elements. Great riding there. As a gallop on down now towards the white rails at 11. So Sullivan hit Calgary 92. Getting a little close to the first element there at 18 at the horse shelters. But they are clear, they're between the red and white, and that's all that matters. Sometimes cross-country riding is just about making it happen. Now, if we're looking at the clock, it's not looking bad at all for this individual combination from the Netherlands. Hello, support team there. Running away. To greet Sullivan and Calgary 92 at the finish line. Just one fence left for this combination. As they cross that finish line to complete their round. Time looking good. 8 minutes and 5 seconds at optimum time. Look to be well within that. Sarah Rudashili and CFS High Spec were on our screens, but now we are turning our attentions to Sydney Van Strad and Alan the 5th. 31.4 the dressage score. Sat in 27th overnight. Alan, the 16-year-old gelding. They have had a very successful 2-star season. Having not placed outside the top 5 at all this season at the 2-star level. As out the box as we speak there, Rachel Weiler and Riviero for France. Combination 3rd team rider coming forward for France. French have had some very, very smart rounds indeed out on cross country. They have 2 riders inside the top 10 as it stands. Rachel's here, clear inside the time. She could make it rider number 3 for France. Now very nicely over the tricana at fence 3. Just a slight hat adjustment and they were off galloping down towards the woodland table at 4. With Sarah Rudashili, CFS High Spec. And to the back end of the course now. Round 2, the Brush Oxer at 19. We have a huge jump over that Brush Oxer. Definitely still have loads of petrol left in the tank, and the time looking very good indeed. Looking to be roughly about 15 seconds up on the clock as they're approaching the final welcome home fence at 21. You can see the fantastic facilities there. These riders have to wash and cool their horses off after. The huge support teams waiting for them as they cross the finish line. So we're back now with Sinje Vanstrad and Alan the 5th. 31.4 their score so far. We're just over halfway round the track, make their way up to the Villa turn 14A, B and C. Smoothly through those three combinations, pat down the neck. Keeping this nice forward gallop as they make their way up to the wood cabin at 15. They want to have 6 minutes on the clock when they are jumping the wood cabin at 15. Probably 4 seconds up on the clock as she's making her way down to the wishing well. Now, taking an inside line to this wishing well, we've not seen many riders opt to go in front of this tree. But it paid off there for Sinje Vanstrad and Alan, and that has most definitely saved them a good chunk of time. Rachel Weiler, Riviero. To the roller coaster here at 10. Very boldly through those two elements. Sinje and Alan now heading down to the horse shelters 18A and B. Skipping out over that last one, but they are clear. Just got a little bit close on their striding, but 3 fences left on course now for them. Another little chip in there at the brush oxer at 19. Just 2 fences left on course now for this individual rider from Sweden. As now we're back with our third rotation of team riders, Rachel Weiler and Riviero for France. Combination who have never had a cross-country jumping or cross-country time penalty in their international career. Riviero, this 10-year-old. They picked up 2 wins at the level last year. Well, very nicely. Smooth riding there through the Villa turn 14A, B and C. Having a good canter up the hill before they approach the wood cabin at 15. Choosing to go around the tree. That's the route we've seen most of our riders take as they come down the hill to this wishing well at 16. As we now see one of our latest starters on course have a lovely big jump and a very bold leap into the water there in the roller coaster at 10. Carolina Miss and Go Jack riding as the second team riders for Poland. Nicely down over the horse shelters at 18 A and B there for Rachel Riviero for France. How's the time looking? Well, it's looking very good indeed. Like I say, this combination never have had a cross-country jumping or time penalty in their international career. They look to hopefully continue that streak. They have 2 fences left. The angled brushes are next for them. Met the 2 strides beautifully there. 8 minutes and 5 seconds, the optimum time. But now we turn our attentions to the next British rider on course at the first combination they have to face. At the Lonely Oak combination there at 5A and B. It's the turn of Pippa Royal and Bayano. Third team riders for Great Britain. Bayano, 17 years old. Recently took the title at the Junior British National Championships at Belsay this year. Owned by Caroline Harris and Rebecca Salt. Previously ridden by Flora Harris, who's been an incredible support to their career together. Flora, many people know her as a fantastic rider up the levels. Really, really, really good at producing these young horses. Now making their way up to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. Pippa Bayano bring forward a dressage score of 30.5. But now another rider out the box for the home nation. Andrea Gerdesset and Luvis. They bring forward a 32.3 from the first phase. It's back with Pippa and Bayano. Some quick footwork there out over element B of the roller coaster. Barely wasting a second as they're cantering on down to the white rails at 11. Go Jack, Carolina Miss. To the latter stages of the course. Just 3 fences left now for this combination. Really cantering well as they are approaching the angled brushes. Clock is looking good as well. Very swift 2 strides between the angled brushes. Just the final welcome home fence left for the second team rider there for Poland. As Andrea Gerdesset Luvis successfully negotiate the first combination on course. The Lonely Oak turn. And have a lovely big jump there over the duck house at fence 6. Luvis, this 12-year-old gelding. Back to Great Britain. Third team rider now. They have had some very good rounds indeed, Great Britain. currently have their first team rider there, Anna Price, keep happy. In the top 4, sat in 4th place. And what can we see from Pippa Royal and Bayano? With that dressage score of 30.5. Should have 6 minutes on the clock as they jump this next fence here, the wood cabin. So probably 4 or 5 seconds up. Going around the tree but taking a little bit more of an economical turn than we've seen some others take. As she approaches the wishing well. As Andrea Luveth back in the sight, down through the first half of the roller coaster. Out the other side at fence 10. So just heading towards the halfway mark on the course. Well, underway is our latest starter. Third team rider for Germany, Emily Krubel, and Entertain You. 25.8 was their dressage score. Sat in 7th place after the first phase. Germany out in front individually as it stands, and of course they were leading the way there as a team after the first phase. Pippa Royal, Bayano for Great Britain, who currently sat in silver medal position. Very boldly there through the final combination, of course, the angled brushes at 20 A and B. Just 1 fence left. Time looking very good indeed. 8 minutes and 5 seconds, that optimum time. As she crosses the finish line, she'll be well inside that optimum time. Like I say, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. As we will see our next team rider for Germany, Emily Krubel, Entertain You, this 15-year-old gelding. Through the coffin at 7A and B. This combination took the win at the Le Moulin 2-star long this year. And another combination who excel in the jumping phases. Never had a single jumping penalty, I should say, internationally since they have been together. So no jumping cross-country penalty or show jump penalty. So combination very, very good at finishing on their dressage score. So we'll keep a very close eye. Finding their line now to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. As we are underway with our next starter. A team rider from Spain. Out on course now. We have Leah Lucia Martinez and Cherini. Combination bring forward a dressage score of 37.5. Placing them inside the top 60 overnight, having a little bit of a look down at the ditch at the Trakehner. But they are clear. So now we're back with a huge jump there, chipping in a little bit, but they are clear over the brush Oxer at 19. For Luvis and Andrea Gerdeset.
It's half an hour.
One fence left for home for this third team rider for the home nation. Last time Italy picked up a team medal was in 2021 at the Junior Europeans, where they picked up a bronze medal. Very boldly over the duck house at 6 there. Leah de Ulicia Martinez and Cherini. So 37.5 their dressage score. Through the coffin combination there at 7A, B and C. Cherini, the 16-year-old mare. 6th place at Jardy, 2-star short this year. And a 4th in Madrid, 2-star long. Combinations, they already had 2 top 10 finishes at the level this year. Heading round now to the Volvo corner combination. Huge jump over that first element. Really seem to be eating up the course so far. They head to our roller coaster at 10, chipping in the first, but some great riding there from Leah. Just lengthening her reins, going with the movement, allowing Cherini just to use her head, balance herself. That's some very good cross-country riding. Down they head now to the white rails at 11. As we're back with Emily Krubel, entertain you into the latter stages of the course. Third team rider coming forward for Germany. Combination on that smart score, 25.8. Could go into 5th place on our completed scores if they're inside that optimum time, and it's looking good indeed. 8 minutes and 5 seconds is the optimum time, so I think they're going to be well inside that. So they cross the finish line to complete their round. So looks to move them into 5th place individually on our completed scores. Leah de Lucia Martinez, Giannini. Up they head now to the quad bar at 13. Add in an extra stride, but easily clear over the bar. They want to be approaching the Villa turn with 5:24 on the clock. Just about on that optimum time. They're going to need to keep the pace up if they want to meet that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds, but they're successfully through the Villa turn combination at 14A, B and C. Lovely bowl jump there over the wood cabin at 15. So dead on the time, but they can't lose a second. They've got to keep motoring if they want to make that time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Now we see Kato de Smit, Bon Mahon, Silver Vixen coming forward for Belgium at the roller coaster combination at fence 10. Bon Mahon, Silver Vixen by Bon Mahon, Master Blue. Dressage score of 33.9, 45th place overnight. The latest starter has a huge jump there over the Trakehner at 3, Magdalena Zellhoff and Highlight RZ. Team riders coming forward for Austria. So Leah and Ciannini, latter stages of the course. They have a lovely bold jump there over the brush oxer at 19. Two from home now, finding their line for the angled brushes. They look to have made up some time whilst they were out on that latter section of the course. I think they're going to be inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Very nicely done for the Spanish team by Lea de Lucia Martinez and Ciannini. Fantastic to see the great care these horses are having after their cross country. You can see the swarms of people around them, making sure they get cooled off as fast as possible. These horses really do have top-notch care. As we're here with Magdalena Zelloff and Highlight RZ, this 10-year-old mare. 20th at the Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury. Combination who have never had a cross-country jumping penalty together. You can tell this really is the phase they love. Highlight RZ is pricked, galloping down to the Volvo corner combination there at 9A and B, not hanging around, just having to put the handbrake on a little bit to set up for this combination. Got the 5 strides very nicely. And keeping this strong momentum as they head to the roller coaster at 10. Swiftly through those 2 brushes. And again, what a gallop this horse has. As Andrea Novotna and Courier are underway. Clear of the second fence there, getting into the swing of things, coming forward for the Czech Republic team. Career, this 8-year-old gelding. They started their international career last year. It's been going very well so far, regularly finishing in the top 20 at the 2-star level. A long gallop now through the wooded area as they approach the woodland table at fence 4. As Magdalena Zellhoff, Highlight RZ. You can hear Magdalena just trying to slow Highlight RZ down as they approach the quad bar there at 13. She's just trying to use her voice just to calm down Highlight RZ, who looks like it's having a whale of a time out on cross country, but does just need to put the handbrake on when these combinations come up, like this next one, the Villa Turn 14A, B and C. Very well gathered for the first fence. Over the corner there. Great riding from Magdalena there. Pats down the neck. And as you can imagine, they're up on the time. as Andrea and Courier through the coffin combination at 7A and B. Bring forward a dressage score of 35.1. Sat in 50th position overnight. And have such a massive jump there over the Heidi's house fence at 8. A bit of a let-up fence after having done the coffin combination at 7A and B. And before this Volvo corner combination, 9A and B. As Duchess of Diamond, Julia Nikanen now join us on course, riding for Team Finland. 34.3 their dressage score, lying 47th overnight. And Andrea Novotná down to the roller coaster here at 10. Doing a really great job of guiding this young horse, just 8 years old. Heading down now to the white rails at 11. Magdalena Zellhoff and Highlight RZ approaching the final fence on course, nearly a minute up on the clock. We saw that they were absolutely flying cross country, so that optimum time of 8 minutes 5 seconds reached very, very easily indeed there. As Julia Nikanen, Duchess of Diamond, this 11-year-old mare. Only been outside the top 10 once this season at the 2-star level. Five strides at fence 5, the first combination these riders face. The Lonely Oak turn. And now through towards the Duck House at the water at 6. Looking very bold indeed in this first half of the course. So still galloping well as they're approaching the Heidi's house at 8th. Julia Nikanen, Duchess of Diamond. Combination who were at the Junior Europeans last year. Didn't quite go to plan in this phase, so fingers crossed for everything today. She makes her way up to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. As we see Andrea Novotná and Korea. Down the hill they head to this wishing well. Lovely jump over that skinny wishing well. So Duchess of Diamond, Julia Nikanen, having a little bit of a look at the water. Bit of a surprise to see the water at the bottom of the hill there. But no trouble at all through the roller coaster there at 10. Making their way down to these white rails at 11. Time looking good. Well, we are now back. And this time we are having a look at Andrea Novotná. I beg your pardon. Yes, we are. Andrea Novotná and Korea. And a big jump out over the brush oxer at 19. And there's our current standards. 23.5 set very early on by our German riders. Somebody Marlene Philipp. An individual rider from Italy in second. What it would be to get an individual medal at your home European Championships. Really, really would be such a fantastic end to these championships. Have your home crowd there. As Andrea Novotná and Courier absolutely delighted to cross the finish line there. Inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Well, this looks to be our latest starter, Murashihi and TMX Herbie. 36.6 their dressage score, sitting in 54th overnight. TMX Herbie is an 11-year-old, former ride of Tim Lips up to the 4-star level. Great to see these horses being partnered with these juniors and young riders to give experience. There is a bit of a common misconception sometimes that if a rider has a horse that's competed to the top level of sport, it is easier, but some of these event horses most definitely are not easy. They can be quirky, but that's what makes them good. So it's a huge testament to these juniors and young riders to be able to get on a horse that's being competed to the top level. Got 5 strides beautifully there in the Volvo corner combination. TMX Herbie only been outside the top 10 once in the last 18 months internationally. So an incredibly consistent pair. Making light work of this course so far. Beautifully designed by Peter Hassenblur. He also designed the Young Rider track, the freestyle track that we will see later on today. Juliana Canning, Duchess of Diamond, incredibly bold over the first element there at the horse shelters. Julia did a fantastic job just keeping her body back, slipping the reins and allowing Duchess of Diamond to balance herself down the hill. So 2 fences left. Time looking good. 8 minutes, 5 seconds, the optimum time. They approach round to the penultimate fence on course. The angled brushes. Very swiftly through there, met the 2 strides well. Over the last to complete their round. As our latest starter on course, team rider for the Netherlands, Sophie Wiening and Jimmy Shu M. Bringing forward a 30.7 from the dressage. Sat in 24th place after the first phase. Jimmy Chu M, this 9-year-old gelding. Top 15 at the Europeans last year, so they have European team experience under their belt, where they were 13th at Hartbury. They've already picked up a top 3 place in this year at the 2-star long level, where they were 2nd at Kronenberg in June. Now just trying to find the brakes as they turn round to the Volvo corner combination. Jimmy Chu looking very keen to be out on cross country. Very nicely through that combination. There's Murashihi and TMX Herbie. TMX Herbie looking so keen in this latter stage of the course. Definitely not tiring, and they face down this hill with a massive jump over the first of the horse shelters. Remember, doing a fantastic job of keeping her line and not letting TMX Herbie just run away from her no matter how keen he is getting. Chip in a bit of a stride there at the brush oxer at 19. Combination not hanging around on their way home as Caroline Larsen from Denmark joins us on course. Our up guards Fantastique. Individual riders for Denmark. Going forward with a 29.1. Just outside that top 15 overnight, sat in 16th place after the first phase. So if they want to stay as well in 16th place, they cannot afford 1 second over the optimum time. But now Sophie winning, Jimmy Shu M approaching the quad bar at 13. Just taking that in their stride. Next for them will be this Villa turn at 14A, B and C. Just trying to slow Jimmy Chu down before they take that turn. Massive jump over element A, doing well to keep their line for the corner. It's great riding there from Sophie. Making their way up now towards the wood cabin at 15. As Caroline Larsen and her up guards Fantastique. Like I say, coming forward 29.1 in that 16th position. If they want to keep that position, they cannot be even 1 second over the optimum time. It's incredibly tight, this competition, with some fantastic dressage we saw yesterday. Now round to the Volvo corner combination. As they head round to there, we have our latest starter underway, called Gary Kansas and Sophia Pinney. And forward for the home nation. Caroline Larsen and her up guards at Fantastique. Well, not hanging around down that hill of the roller coaster. Some very quick footwork, hop, skip and a jump, but they were clear out over element B of the roller coaster. Down they head to the white rails at 11. Sophie winning, Jimmy Chu M. Back end of the course now. Approaching the penultimate fence, the angled brushes at 20A and B, well up on the clock. Huge jump over element A. Because they had such a big jump over the first element, they got a little bit close to the second, but they were clear, and it's just the final welcome home fence left for them. And a lovely jump over the last two, complete their round inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. As we see Sophia Pinney and Gary Kansas for the home nation riding as an individual through the first combination on course at fence 5. No trouble as well out over the duck house at the water at 6. For this coughing combination now. very smoothly through the coffin. Now taking a good wide turn to approach Heidi's house at 8. Time looking good at this early stage of the course. Sophie winning Jimmy Shoe M. We see them take their turn round now to the wishing well at fence 16. Beg your pardon, this is Caroline Larson, Anna Upgard's Fantastique. Look to be slightly down on the clock, so they'll be keeping their foot on the accelerator if they want to be inside that optimum time. 8 minutes, 5 seconds, 31 jumping efforts around this course. Total distance of 4,195 metres. Back with Anna Upgard's Fantastique. Very good jump over element A. A bit of a jump as well down the drop there before meeting element B. 3 fences left for this combination as they're coming up to the brush oxer at 19 on this mound. These mounds really encouraging some positive riding. Just to keep the horse's engine running all the way up to the top of the mound before they meet the fence. But that's been riding very well so far today. Skipping through the penultimate fence there. The angled brush is just the final. Welcome home now for Denmark's Caroline Larson. Anna Upgard's Fantastique. Look to be well inside that optimum time. 8 minutes, 5 seconds. She'll be absolutely delighted riding it as an individual for Denmark. As one individual to another, we turn to Sophia Pinney, Gary, Kansas for Italy. 31.2 was their dressage score. Sat in 26th overnight. Oh, but unfortunately running into trouble there at the first element of the Villa turn at 14. That's 20 penalties on the scorecard. Back round for the second attempt. We get a short stride at the corner. A lovely jump over element C. So 20 penalties picked up for that stop at 14A. They have a flying jump now out over the wood cabin at 15. As we see our latest starter on course, riding as an individual for Great Britain, Joshua Levitt. This one's on you. 32 was their dressage score, and that put them in 31st place overnight. Back to our latest starter now on course, Ella Kruger, Königsblur. Another individual rider for Germany. 29.4 their dressage score, 17th position. That put them overnight. So cannot afford to even be 1 second over the optimum time if she wants to keep her place of 17th. Sophia Pinney, Gary, Kansas, making their way to the latter end of the course. You can just see from our leaderboard how tight this competition really is at these Junior European Eventing Championships. These are the best of the best coming forwards at the under 18 level across Europe. Take note of some of these names because I'm sure we'll see them on some senior championship teams in the future. Swiftly through that final combination there for Sophia Pinney called Gary Kansas. Unfortunately carrying that 20 penalties from fence 14, the Villa turn. But even with those 20 penalties, looks like they will be just inside that optimum time. As Königsballer and Ella Kruger successfully negotiate the coffin there at 7A, B and C. Heading round to Heidi's house at fence 8. Bit of a let up fence after having completed the coffin, and now on to the Volvo corner combination at 9A and B. As we're back with Josh Levitt. This one's on you, a 14-year-old. Josh has had for 4 years. Josh choosing an economical line as they head round now to the Wishing Well at 16. They've had great success already this year at the 2-star long level. 4th at Belsay 2-star long. And they took a trip over to Mill Street last year, picking up 3rd in the 2-star long there as well. This is the phase where they excel. They absolutely love their cross country. As Anya Connolly, Castle Quarter Rambo look very pleased to be out on cross country. Clear of the first 2 fences on course, riding as individuals for Ireland. 33.7 is the dressage score. Put them in 43rd overnight. 75 combinations coming forwards today in this junior class. 19 nations. As they wiggle their way through the woods towards the table at fence 4, we have Josh Levitt back in sight. Just 2 fences from home now for Josh, and this one's on you. Look, a fantastic round so far. 8 minutes and 5 seconds, that optimum time. He's looking good on the clock. Met the 2 strides beautifully through the final combination on course. Just the welcome home fence left for them. No trouble there. Look to be inside that optimum time. So they will finish on their dressage score of 32. Anya Connolly and Castle Quarter Rambo. Heading round now to the coffin fence at 7A and B. Castle Quarter Rambo, one of our older horses in the field. 18 years old. Fourth in the 2-star long at Mallow, and 6th in the 2-star short there as well, so already had success at this 2-star level this year. Heading up round now to the Volvo corner combination at 9. As Dana Gore joins us on course. Dulcina Dominica riding for Switzerland as an individual. 38.2 was their dressage score. Sat in 64th, I should say, overnight. Josina Dominica, just a 7-year-old mare. And a lovely jump over the Tricana at fence 3. So they've only had 3 international runs together. 2 of them at the 2-star level. They were top 20 in both of them, placed in 16th and 12th, as we're back to Ireland's Anya Connolly. Castle Quarter Rambo. Making their way to Peters Pond 12A and B. So our top 10 stand-ins. It's going to be an incredibly tight show jump tomorrow. 4 penalties per pole down, and look how tight that top 10 is. Only just 1 pole separating second place right the way down to 9th. So it really, really is all to play for, but it's still all to play for today out on cross country. We are probably heading into our last 15 riders. Lovely jump over element A there. B now making their way around to C. Anya Connolly, Castle Quarter, Rambo at the Villa turn there, 14 ABC. Wood cabins next for them. Clock not looking bad at all. When they approach the wood cabin at 15, they want to have 6 minutes on that clock. Just under 10 seconds up on the clock. They had a very, very economical jump over that cabin. Now just got to find some balance as they approach this wishing well down the hill there at 16. So Denigo, Dulcina Dominica making their way around to the roller coaster here at 10. This combination been riding very well so far today. And again, met that beautifully. Dana Gold, Sinica, Dominica. Really kicking on now as they approach down the hill to the white rails. That's 11. And Connolly and Castle Quarter Rambo. 3 fences from home. Full of running still. Looking as keen as ever. Absolutely flying over the brush oxer there at 19. And just trying to find some breaks as she heads round to the final offset combination. And very, very swiftly through that. Onward bound now to the final fence of the course, the welcome home brush. To complete their round, looking absolutely delighted. As Faustine Lamos and Corleone Tops are underway. Combination coming forward as individuals for France, 28.2 the dressage score. So just outside the top 10 overnight in 11th place. So our top 10 competition really hotting up here at the FEI Eventing European Championships for juniors. Faustine really does need to be inside the optimum time if they want to stay on that dressage score of 28.2. They can't afford 1 second over that optimum time. For every second over the optimum time, 0.4 time penalty is added to these riders' score. That time to catch round Peter Hasenobler's track here today, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Very nicely through the Volvo corner combination there at 9A and B for the individual rider from France. To the roller coaster here at 10. Very nicely through the 2 brushes on the top of the mounds there. Really encouraging some positive riding, placing these fences at the top of the mounds. As Denegal and Dulcina Dominica entering into the latter stages of the course. Dulcina Dominica is still pricked. Absolutely loving their cross-country round so far. Met that brush beautifully at the top of the hill. Pats down the neck there. Well, as one rider is starting to come to the end of their course, we have another rider who's just recently started. I believe it is the final team rotation now we're on for France. We see approaching the first combination on course, Lugilio Sigun and Quesari de Hans. Combination bring forward a 31.7 from their dressage. They were sat in 29th overnight. As they make their way out towards the coffin combination at 7A and B. Make a lovely job out through the coffin. So we're on to our final rotation of team riders. Quesari de Hans' 10-year-old mare. Lou not only competing in eventing, also competes up to the 1m25 level show jumping with her other horse, Grand Chacot. As Zuzana Spolix and Bankier are underway on the cross country. 30.3 was their dressage score yesterday, sitting just outside the top 20 in 21st position. Heading round now to the Tricana at fence 3. Final team rider for Poland. Well, Faustine heading for home. Only 3 fences left now on course for this individual rider. Time looking good as well as they approach the final combination, the angled brushes at 20A and B. Still kicking on. Optimum time 8 minutes and 5 seconds. back with our final team rider for France, Lou Gilio Segun and Kasari de Haas. They approach up towards the quad bar at 13. This fence quite wide, but has been riding very well so far today. And again, a beautiful jump there from Lou and Kasari de Haas. Just taking that fence in their stride, barely breaking rhythm. And that is how you save every second out on cross country. And you watch some of the best of the best. They spend very little time setting up. They just keep their rhythm and carry on. So our top 10 as it stands, 23.5 from our Malin Salim Philip out in front. Competition really started hot up. We are about to enter into our last 10 riders out on course for our junior section, but of course we will have a short break and then we'll be back with our young riders. We have 50 young riders coming forwards. And if you've missed any of the action so far across our 3 days of competition here in Montelibretti, do head to FEI.tv. You can watch back all the fantastic dressage days from Thursday and Friday. Watch some of the stellar tests that we've seen these juniors and young riders producing. And of course, if you want to relive the action from today, it will all be on FEI.tv. Susanna, Spolwitz and Bankia. Getting a little bit close to the brush at the top of the hill there at the roller coaster, but they are clear. As underway is a young lady who bagged the silver medal individually last year at the Junior Europeans on home soil at Hartbury, Great Britain. Isabel Cook, Mexican Law. Combination coming forwards with a very smart dressage, 25.5 for 5th overnight. As Lou Julio Segun and Kasari de Haas into the latter stages of the course, making their way around to the angled brushes at 20A and B. Lovely 2 strides through the angled brush combination. Just the final welcome home fence left for Lou and Kasari de Haas. Everybody in the French connection is looking absolutely delighted to have their final team rider home and clear and inside that optimum time as Isabel Cook, Mexican Law. Nicely over the duck house at the water at 6. Mexican Law, homebred by Billy Mexico. Izzy's mum, Tina Cook, rode Mexican Law's grandmother round Burley, so a real horse that means a lot to this family. Tina also previously rode Mexican Law to the advanced level. And Izzy took over the ride last year. So she took over the ride last year. Already picked up an individual silver medalist. Silver medal, I should say, at the Europeans last year. So a fantastic start to their career together. Also part of that team who won the gold medal at the Junior Europeans last year. It was really something special for the Brits to win gold on home soil. They're currently sat in silver medal position as they're coming into the cross country. But Isabella, final team rider, very nicely through the Volvo corner combination there at 9. And now to the roller coaster here at 10. The only fence on the course with a black flag alternative if these riders should need it. Very swiftly through that combination there. Isabel Cook, Mexican Law. As we see Lou and Kasari de Haas taking an economical turn to that final element there of the horse shelters at 18A and B. So just 2 fences left, 3 jumping efforts for Zuzana Spolowicz and Bankia. Final team riders for Poland. On that dressage score of 30.3, just outside the top 20 overnight. Time is looking good as our latest starter joins us. Federica Vincenti and Bad Boy Z for Italy. Final team rider for the Italians. At the first combination on course at fence 5. So Bad Boy Z, a 10-year-old. Another combination who excel in this phase. Never had a cross-country jumping penalty. They're also incredibly good jumpers. Take a note for them tomorrow. Not knocked a rail in the last 7 international runs. Well, very swiftly through the coffin combination there at 7A and B. Taking a turn round to the Heidi's house at 8. Quick check of the watch. Looking good on the time so far as they make their way up to the Volvo corner combination 9A and B. Back with Izzy Cook, Mexican Law. A lovely jump over the Wishing Well at 16, one of the skinnier fences on the course. So this combination sat in 5th overnight. Can't afford to be 1 second over the optimum time if they want to stay there. But now we turn to the man who picked up the gold medal individually last year at the Junior Europeans, Mathis Ruder. Bon Ton. Coming forward as the final team riders for Germany. 28 was their dressage score yesterday. Sat in 9th place overnight. Like I say, they had that exceptional time last year at the Junior Europeans. As Isabel Cook, Mexican Law. Just 3 fences left for this combination. Still looking full of running and the time is looking good indeed. 8 minutes and 5 seconds is the optimum time. Isabel finding her line. Needs the 2 strides beautifully on that offset angle. That's through Peter's Pond at 12A and B there. Federica Vincenti and Bad Boy Z. Bad Boy Z, lovely big galloping stride as they approach up towards the quad bar at 13. Bad Boy Z really just eating up the ground as they gallop along. A little bit of encouragement we heard there from Federica Vincenti. So as they approach this Villa turn, 5 minutes 24 is what they need on the clock. So I'd say they're a little bit down on the clock. But just wanting to slow down and get this combination right, because it could be easy to have a mistake here, especially when you're on such a big horse like Bad Boy Z. So some great riding there from Frederica. Now a bit of a hill before they approach the wood cabin at 15. Oh, Matisse Ruder and Bon Ton. This 10-year-old gelding. Combination sat just inside the top 10 overnight. Already had 2 wins at this level this year. Some quick footwork there from Bon Ton as they came up the hill to that final brush element. As David Perignan Campos and Akio DV 3301 underway now for Spain. 29.7 was their dressage score. And they're just inside the top 20, 18th position overnight. So galloping down towards fence 4 there. David Perignan Campos, Akio DV. It's a lovely big jump out of their stride over the woodland table at 4 for David Perignan Campos. Akio, just a 13-year-old combination who were at the Europeans last year. Top 20 place individually as they picked up 19th. They've made the step up to Freestar. That's just the one level above. Very well indeed. They've won both their 3-star starts over the last year. As talking of wins, our champion from last year, Matisse Ruder, Bon Ton. Very economically through the Villa turn at 14A, B and C. David Perignan Campos, Akio DV. This combination have picked up 6 wins since 2020. To even have 1 international win is a huge achievement, but to have 6 on their record really is something special. Very nicely through the Volvo corner combination there at 9AB. To this roller coaster next. Big leap into the water at the bottom. Nicely out the other side. 3 water combinations on this course for these juniors. As Matisse Ruder, Bon Ton, heading for home. Just 3 fences left. Bon Ton looking full of running still. Lovely great big jump over the brush oxer at 19. Time's looking good. 8 minutes 5 seconds the optimum time. As Caroline van Rossum and Dalvadenfer Z join us on course. Final rider for Belgium, 35 was their dressage score. Inside the top 50 overnight in 49th place. Final team rider coming forward for Belgium. Looking very keen round this first part of the track. Down into the duck house of the water at 6. Next for them is this coffin combination. Dalva Denfazed, a 7-year-old mare. Just started her international career last year. Did a fantastic job so far round this course as they approach the Volvo corners. As David Peña Campos up at the Villa Turner 14, 14A, B and C. So like a quick check of the watch there. As they canter up the hill to approach the wood cabin at 15. We want to see about 6 minutes on the clock when they jump the wood cabin here. Looking pretty good for time, maybe only a few seconds down. 8 minutes and 5 seconds, that optimum time. Nicely over the Wishing Well at 16. So heading into this latter stages of the course. 5 numbered fences left. As we see some of our young riders out on course, getting ready for their turn later on this afternoon. 50 young riders will be coming forwards. David Peña Campos skipping down the mound and nicely out over element B. So 3 fences left. These riders really tasting home now. And time looking good. Having a little bit of a close jump there over the Brush Oxler 19, but no trouble at all through the red and whites, and that's what cross country is all about. As we're back with Caroline van Rossum, Dalva Denfazed heading up towards the quad bar here at 13. Take that nicely in their stride. Just start to slow down as they approach this Villa turn at 14A, B and C. Time's looking good for them as they're through this first 2 elements of the combination, and now element C. So on the head, next for them will be the wood cabin at 15. Final riders coming forward for Belgium. We'll have 75 junior competitors ride over this course here today, representing 19 different nations. As underway, our latest starter, Yana and Sunday's Gold. Team rider for Austria. Sunday's Gold, 10-year-old gelding. Combination who were at the Junior Europeans last year. And a huge jump over the Trakehner at fence 3. So our top 10 as it stands. Germany out in front with Samila, Malin, Phillips, Boggles finishing on their dressage score of 23.5. Leopoldo Pettini in second for the home nation, and Jean Brunel, Dexter Z in third. So it goes Germany, Italy, France on our individual standings. As Anna Balkarova and Magnolia Double Diamond at this first combination on course at fence 5, 32.4 their dressage score. That popped them into 37th position overnight after dressage. Final team rider for the Czech Republic. Now, Magnolia Double Diamond, the youngest horse we have in the field at just 6 years old. Only started their international career this year. So to be at the European Championships in your first year competing internationally really is a huge achievement. And along with that, they've already picked up a second place in the 2-star long level this year in Capsova. So Magnolia Double Diamond, like I say, just 6 years old, but looking as confident as ever as they approach the Volvo corner combination 9A and B. Well underway for Finland, riding as their final team rider, and Salmi Leho. Crew Garden Tenor, 28.3 the dressage score. Just outside the top 10 overnight in 12th place. Making their way around to this Trakehner at fence 3. A lovely jump over that Crew Garden Tenor, this 10-year-old gelding. Another combination to have been at the Junior Europeans last year. Placed inside the top 50 individually, 45th at Hartbury last year. Having that championship experience under your belt really can help some of these riders. They know what to expect when they get to these championships then. So just outside the top 10 overnight was Salmi Leho in 12th. Here's our current team standings. We're into our final rotation of team riders for our juniors. So as it currently stands, Belgium, Germany, Great Britain. Well, Salmi Leho and Crew Garden Tenor. As we're back with Anna Balcarvio and Magnolia Double Diamond, just as a 6-year-old. Through Peter's Pond there at 12A and B. As they climb on up the hill to the quad bar next at 13. Lovely jump over the quad bar. Really just taking these fences in their stride. They make their way round to the Villa turn at 14A, B and C next for them. Easily through all three elements. Big pat down the neck there. Selmy Leho and Crow Garden Tenor. Approaching the roller coaster here at 10. Nicely out over those two elements. Kicking on now as they head down towards the white rails at 11. Time looking good on the clock. Want to be about 4 minutes 7 seconds when they approach the white rails. So look to be up on the clock there for Anselmi Leho, Crow Garden Tenor. As we're back with Anna Balcarva and Magnolia Double Diamond. Well, very swiftly down through the horse shelter combination 18A and B. And Balcarova and Magnolia Double Diamond. Hard to believe Magnolia Double Diamond, just a 6-year-old who started their international career this year. Been so confident around this track so far. 2 fences left, just 3 jumping efforts. Look a little bit down on the clock, optimum time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Combination who were sat in 37th overnight. As the final rider for Ireland is underway, Tom Nestor, Cooley Diamond Dancer. Successfully negotiating the coffin there at 7A, B and C. Just preparing themselves round for the Heidi's house at 8. Come forward with a dressage score of 33.4, sat in 40th position overnight. Our penultimate rider to join us on the course for these junior FEI European Eventing Championships. Finding the line as they approach the Volvo corner combination here. Having a bit of a wiggle and taking a stride out, but they're between the red and white flags, and that's what matters there for Tom Nestor and Cooley Diamond Dancer. Doing well through the roller coaster at fence 10. Anselmi Leho and Crow Garden Tenor really picking up the pace as they head for home. Just 3 fences left. Time looking very good indeed. The optimum time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Met those 2 strides nicely on the final combination on course. The angled brushes at 20A and B just making their way down to the welcome home fence to complete their round well inside that optimum time. 8 minutes and 5 seconds. As we now welcome our final rider for our juniors competition today, coming forwards onto the cross country. And it is the turn of Leader Neighbour. And let's see, Ginkgo de Hus. 28 was their dressage score yesterday. And that put them inside that top 10 into 9th place overnight. No trouble at all over the duck house at the water at 6. As Tom Nestor and Cooley Diamond Dancer look like they're still galloping on well. Well over the halfway mark now as they approach the wood cabin at fence 15. Cooley Diamond Dancer is 11-year-old gelding, formerly ridden up to the 2-star level and show jumps by Prudors. No trouble at all there over the Wishing Well at 16. So our final rider coming forwards for Team Netherlands. It is a Leader Neighbour and Ginkgo de Hus. Very smoothly through the Volvo corner combination. Ginkgo de Hus, just a 7-year-old gelding. A little bit of a slide down the hill at the roller coaster. That doesn't affect them at all. Bit of an encouragement out the other side from Leader, just to make sure that Ginkgo de Hus was going to take the stride. As Tom Nestor, Cooley Diamond Dancer, absolutely flying as they're coming to the end of the course. They keep this up, look to be well inside that optimum time. Optimum time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Just the final welcome home fence left for the final rider for Team Ireland. Tom Nestor, Cooley Diamond Dancer complete their round. As Yana Enya and Sunday's Gold join us on course. Through the first combination with no trouble at all. And swiftly out of the duck house at the water at 6 there. Our Leader Neighbour, Ginkgo de Hus. Moving up towards the Villa turn at 14A, B and C. Combination on that dressage score of 28. 9th place overnight. Bit of a reminder before the corner there. But clear through all 3 elements. Now it'll be interesting to see their time when they approach the wood cabin at 15. They need to have roughly 6 minutes on this clock, so could be a few seconds behind the time. As Yana Sunday's Gold. No trouble through the Volvo corner combination. Bringing forward a dressage score of 30.4. Just outside the top 20 after dressage, 22nd. But looking incredibly bold through this roller coaster combination there at 10. And not hanging around as they come down the hill towards the white rails at 11. As we see in the opposite direction goes a Leader Neighbour and Ginkgo de Hus. Well, Sunday's Gold looking very keen as leader neighbour as he Gunko to Hus to the latter stages of the course. This combination who stepped up to 3-star at June this year. Finished 22nd. They jumped double clear. Now we're keeping an eye on the clock because 8 minutes and 5 seconds is the optimum time. And they look to be about 4 seconds up on the clock, so they need to keep this pace if they want to make the time. Very nicely through that final combination. Just the welcome home fence at 21 left for the final rider for the Netherlands. She looks to be inside that optimum time, 8 minutes 5 seconds. I believe Anya Sunday's Gold will be our final riders of the day for the junior competition. Of course, we will be back because we'll have our young riders coming again very shortly after the end of this competition. We'll have 50 young riders coming forward. Yana Enya, Sunday's Gold. Sunday's Gold, just a 10-year-old gelding. Top 30 at the Junior Europeans last year at Hartbury, where they placed 27th. So up on the clock at the moment for Yana, Sunday's Gold. Looking back but clear over the Wishing Well at 16, keeping up this good gallop. And seeing a lovely stride over the gatehouse at 17. So here's our individual standings at the moment. We obviously have our final rider yet to come home. So looking very keen down the hill there at the horse shelters at 18. So just 3 fences left now for Yana Enya, Sunday's Gold. To the penultimate combination. Lovely through there. Just the final fence left for Yana and Sunday's Gold. Over the last, well inside that optimum time, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. So she'll be absolutely delighted with that. So that's the end of cross country day for our junior European eventing championships. Our individual stand-ins is Germany out in front with Samila Malin-Phillips, Bubbles 23.5. Leopoldo Petrini in second there with 24.8, and rounding out the top 3, Jean Brunel for France, 24.9. That is how it looks as it stands on our individuals. So 2 British riders in the top 10, and in fact 4 French riders. So it's been a very, very good day so far for the French. The Germans came in here at the top of the podium and they've retained their lead there with Smilla Malin-Phillips and Sir Boggles. Everybody in our top 10 going clear inside the time. So of course we have Isabel Cook as well in that top 10. She was the individual silver medalist from last year's Junior Europeans. And here we have our leaderboard standings for our teams. We will just get these confirmed. But Germany came in here at the top of the team standings after leading the dressage, and it was Great Britain in second place after dressage, and France was close behind. And it's very similar as well over in the young riders. Germany are currently dominating these youth championships. Last year they managed to pick up a team bronze medal, and it was Great Britain who took the gold on the home soil last year at Hartbury, and it was Ireland in silver. But from the last 5 years, there has not been a year where Germany have not picked up a medal of some kind as a team. Great Britain have always had a medal from the last 4 runnings. They didn't go to the 2021 European Championships, so obviously no medal there, but in 2022, 19, 18 and 17 they have always picked up a medal. So our individual reigning champion as well from last year, Mathis Ruder Bonton, inside that top 10, sitting in 10th place on his score of 28. So competition really hotting up today in the FEI Junior European Championships. Show jumping is going to be very interesting tomorrow, with just a pole separating from second place to 9th to 10th place even, because our 10th place scorer and our 9th place scorer on exactly the same score. So clear rounds will mean an awful lot tomorrow when it comes to the show jumping. So that is the end of our cross-country action today for the Junior European Eventing Championships. We will take a short break and we will be back soon with our young riders coming forward. Here's our individual standings after cross-country. But we'll be back at 2:10 Central European Summertime, as we will be having 46 young riders coming forwards to compete in their cross-country. So do stay tuned. 2:10, we will be back on FEI.tv.